Excellent. Well, we look forward to those results rolling in, and well, you're much more chipper than you were last year. So that's
I was miserable last year.
You were not. You were not.
Do you know what? I think last year, I think we're a new party, and obviously, as the leader, I felt pressure because the first year we won one, second year we won two, and obviously the third. Chris is a really close friend of mine, and Emily was my partner, so I had a real emotional attachment to all the candidates.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, all these candidates are my friends, but I'm not dating them, so it's there's a bit less pressure this year. And I think also last year I took it way too seriously. I was under a lot of pressure, and this year I thought, you know what, I'm just going to enjoy it, and what will be will be. And I think at the end of the day, we've definitely won our 3 tonight. And for us, that's a 2-point gain, 2-seat gain. So whatever, we've come out as winners tonight. But we just got to assess the other seats. But I'll tell you what, guys, here's a little exclusive here. It's going to be interesting. We think for the first time you've got the stat man to my left can probably tell me. But I think for the first time, Labour are going to come second in Copner and in Paulsgrove, which is the first time in a long time. We believe that Tories have actually come third in Copner, despite Labour not dropping a single flyer in Copner the whole campaign.
Well, and I think for me, it looks very clear that at the moment, the Conservative brand nationally is so toxic that I genuinely think that the vast majority of Conservative voters have either just stayed home, or I think a few have switched allegiances, allegedly. But there is an element of, I think, the vast majority of the Conservatives have kind of stayed home. And I discussed this analogy with Tom Coles a few minutes ago. It almost feels as if the general election is the headline.
It is.
And this unfortunately feels like it's the support band that everyone's still in the bar.
Well, almost every flyer that went out from Labour this year was national. It was national policy, national framework, what they're going to do nationally if they win, with a photo of their local candidate. So it was a real heavy national campaign. And you only need to look in front of you tonight to see that Labour have got an army out of force counting all the votes. They're getting ready for a general election here tonight. I mean, in previous years gone, you would have maybe 10 to 20 Labour activists sitting at tables counting the stats at each polling station. This year, every single table and every single seat has been filled with a Labour person counting those votes. So I definitely think they're here preparing for the general election. However, what I will say is if Amanda, who's obviously the candidate for the general election in North, if she can't beat an independent, how on earth is she going to be the leader of the House of Commons?
Well, and hopefully if Amanda or one of her supporters is listening, then she'll come and have a chat with us later. And
maybe she's a bit grumpy, Ian. I'm not sure.
Well, you know us, George. We're never grumpy, and we're always happy to chat to anybody.
Wonderful. Well, thanks a lot for your time.
Cheers, George.
Mate.
Thanks
Thank
ever
you
so much.
So, we're having some mild technical issues. I've had to basically restart the stream, so we lost a load of our audience. So I'm just in the process of making sure that everyone knows where we are, but we are back streaming.
We are back live, and there you have it. A rather chipper George Madrick, and I think, George has been very open with us, and I think Emily, his partner, suggested that last year, as the leader of the party, that was okay, but I don't think she was wildly impressed with his less than jolly nature last year, was she, Simon?
I think there were moments that were quite tense for him last year. So,
So, very interesting to hear what George says. Mirrors a lot of what we said in the intro in terms of, there are. It feels to me like there's probably going to be 4 or 5 wards that are really quite close. Again, we are here for the warm-up band, as I've described them, the support act. So I don't want to focus too much on the general election, but if, as George, expects that the Conservatives have come third in some of their traditions, it does tend to imply that the Conservative vote has either deserted the party forever, or with the low turnout, they've simply stayed at home and not been motivated to come out and put their X in the box.
It would certainly seem that that's what we're hearing. Once we start seeing some results and numbers, we'll get a clearer understanding as to what that true picture is. But yeah, we're here to watch it, and hopefully those of you that have found us again after that technical issue will be here to watch it with us too.
And if we learned anything from last year, it's one of those things where you will pick up on the microphones and will probably pick up that there is a sudden sense of excitement in terms of, I think the first is that the candidates are called to the stage for, is it validation, Simon, or verification, before the results then start to get announced. So we are anticipating that first call. The original thought was 2 a.m. There still seems, I obviously listening around me, and Simon, you're casting an eye about. It does still seem like there's frantic amounts of counting going on just as we sit here at the moment.
Yes, it's a very, very busy view. If I could sort out the tech, I'd show the audience, but I daren't move the camera at the moment.
No.
But yeah, there are some places where the counting staff are waiting, I think, for the next box. Yes, there's over various desks. There's piles of yellow, which was the.
They were yellow, not green.
Yes, yellow, not green.
Marvellous. And I guess we've talked, Simon, about Pip and what would look like a good night for them. We've talked about the sad kind of state of affairs for the Conservatives and how, Labour are fit south of the city. I just wonder, what are your thoughts in terms of what would look like a good night for the Lib Dems?
Well, I mean, sitting currently on 18, I think a really good night for them would be a net gain of 4, because that would have them as an overall majority. I don't think that's going to happen though, and neither of our predictions had them anywhere close to that.
Yeah, I think from memory, I think I had them on 17. I think you had them on 18, so kind of standing still. Which I think, if we look at it in the national context, I guess I never like to speak on behalf of the Lib Dems. Would if they come out with 18 and they haven't lost any, would that be a good night for them, do you think?
Well, it's better than the alternative, which is losing something. At the end of the day, it's a numbers game. But even without an overall majority, it's still then a case of having enough support to form an administration and carry on even as a minority administration, and that's indeed what they've been doing since 2018 when they took over the council. So
yeah, and I think
it's not something they're unfamiliar with.
No, and I think we've talked about it many times on the podcast that just because of the split in demographics between the north and the south. I don't believe either of us can see a time when one party will, have that magic 22 number. Possibly George might disagree with us in terms of his levels of optimism with the way Pip appear to be performing this evening, but I still think, I think one of the major questions that's going to be answered tonight is, can Pip make, any progress in those wards that are in Portsmouth South? It sounds like there's some optimism in Fratton. No mention from George of Eastney and Craneswater. And again, when we discussed that, and that was the ward we were least confident in, I think, Simon, did you kind of muse that they might have a little chance in ENC, or am I throwing you under the bus there?
That Pip might have a chance.
Yes.
I don't know, because to be fair, it's one I'm dark on actually what the level of their campaign has been, ENC. But it was another one I could see kind of going in either way. But it would be a bit of a surprise if it did. I think the Tories, with what's happening to them nationally, isn't going to be a surprise that they're not going to win the ward again. But will the Lib Dems take it? Will Labour pit them at the post? Will Pip both of them at the post?
Yeah, I haven't seen any mention from any of our Pip chums about Eastney and Craneswater, any sense of optimism. And I know Jack Smith is a former Conservative candidate. It's not unknown for local candidates to change parties, even sometimes when they're in the chamber. But I think, if the hope was that Jack, as a former Conservative, was going to motivate the Conservative vote to turn out for him instead in Eastney and Craneswater, it doesn't feel like that's going to happen. So we're just going to have to wait for that one to unfold. We're just going to do a quick time check now. Have you got it on the screen in front of you, Simon? How are
Yeah,
we?
it's 23 past 1.
23 past 1. So we've got, we think, about half an hour till the first result comes in. So what we might do in a minute, rather than you having to listen to me freestyle for the next 30 minutes, is we'll probably just shut the microphones down for a little bit. We'll wait and see if we get any guests, in which case we'll fire back up. And then as soon as anything moves or we get any indication that we are going to get our first result, we'll be back live bringing you the results as they happen.
Or that could all be completely thrown out if we end up getting someone over to interview. But we shall see. Everyone else is probably intently watching for the first set of results that are coming, hopefully in the next half hour. I can see some. I can see there's Russ Simpson there from Hilsey, who last year wasn't best pleased with our predictions for Hilsey. Reckoned that we, and indeed correctly pointed out that we'd under predicted the pip showing in Hilsey last year. Previous Cobler councillor Rob New, I can see him there. He's taken a step back from local politics, but he still works for Penny Mordaunt's office. So there's lots of familiar faces.
It was his birthday yesterday, so
Oh, was it?
It was
Oh,
indeed. So
oh well, we'll see if I can see if I can wave frantically and grab his attention and see. Thankfully, a fair enough portion of the viewers that were watching us before the technology decided to go belly up have actually joined, have actually come and found us where we are. So that's at least a bit of success. I can see there's a gaggle, if that's the collective noun for a group of Lib Dems, stood by the stage.
I believe the collective noun is a bar chart.
Okay. Yes. Okay. A bar chart of Lib Dems. Sorry, that was
a bar chart of Lib Dems. So if you are watching along live and you are not laying down in your beds and you do have the ability to type, then please feel free to throw any comments or questions into the feed. Simon, as always, is trying to do 37 things simultaneously while I just have to sit here and natter. So if you have got any thoughts or you want to share those with us, then we'd also like to welcome the Lady Mayoress, who we understand is listening along as Nikki is on childcare duty. Tom was looking very energised as he's through the count all night and then starts a 12-hour shift tomorrow at 7:30. So who says local politics isn't all about glamour?
No, it's not. And you remind me from the email responses from our newsletter. Thank you, Kate. A suggestion of a great big bag of wine gums to help us go through the night. Haven't managed to get wine gums, but I have got a selection of sweets that I think will help keep the sugar levels going. So we shall see. We'll see whether we can see a Russell Simpson. He's on the phone at the moment, so we'll maybe catch him in a bit. But yes, it's poised like a coiled zebra.
Yeah, so we will just wind the mics down now for a minute. We will do some frantic waving to see if we can get a couple of guests over, and as soon as we've got somebody or there's any movement in terms of the result, we'll be back to you with witty insight as always.
You sure?
Well, I think that's what we do.
We are now, but the camera's still on.
And good.
Good evening. I didn't realise I was on camera, so I can see it now. Probably not my best angle.
Don't worry. People are going to get progressively worse as the night goes on, aren't they?
Pretty bad now, to be frankly honest.
So Russ.
Yeah.
Hilsey councillor. We got Hilsey very wrong last year.
And you weren't afraid to tell us.
No, I mean, I think it's because, and I mean, all councillors say they work very, very hard, but I am a full-time councillor.
Yeah.
So literally it's every day, including Saturdays and Sundays, including Christmas Eve, and even on Christmas Day, if there's an email comes through, I reply to it. And, you know, I'm not saying, I do any more than anyone else, because I don't believe in saying I'm the hardest working or one of the hardest working, but I do work really hard. So, and it's rewarding, and it's obviously it's rewarding on voting days as well. So for me, it's very demoralizing for me when, that was kind of my complaint last year. It was like, because if you'd walked in Hilsey, I'm not just saying this, and picked any road, you would have seen about 5 to 10 posters on every single window, whatever road you chose. It was really saturated with Emily Strudwick posters. So we were confident, but we're always relatively silent, confident too, and a little bit modest. But it was just one of those things where, I just kind of felt like if you just had a little walk around, you would have maybe
we
felt
had it wrong. I mean, to be fair, I could probably do with the steps if I.
No, I knew you said this last time, and that's not what I was insinuating. I'm just insinuating, just spending just a little walk and just talk to some residents, and you'd get it.
Well, we'd
get it quite quickly.
And to be fair, we try to what we'd really love if enough people would answer would be to actually do a Portsmouth poll that gave us enough information. But to be fair, at the moment we wouldn't have enough responses that would kind of make that of any kind of use. But it's a fair point. Any wards you're confident or not confident about tonight?
Well, obviously Hilsey.
Yeah.
I'm only saying that now. I said that I was talking to Charlie Douglas earlier. I won by 22 votes, so I stay at the polling station till 9:30. You haven't won till you've won, and because I won by such a small margin, that's my attitude. So even though we won by a very big margin last year, it was always like I stayed there till 9:30, every single vote, because that's basically what won it for me last time.
Yeah.
But other than that, I believe we've done quite well on Cotner. Obviously, Paulsgrove, I think he's just won there.
I don't think anyone else turned up for the fight, did they? I mean, let's be honest.
What, in Paulsgrove?
Yeah, no one else was campaigning.
I mean, I think George could be hitting the record tonight for the most majority percentage. So it's going to be really, really interesting.
Yes, I think that's back. I think at the moment that was held by Drayton, where I think 68% of the votes one year was cast for. You think George might top 70?
I think so, mainly because when we were in Paulsgrove, because Labour and Tories did no leaflets, we had new people saying, look, we always vote Labour, we're going to vote you because you're the only person that put leaflets for our door. So he's gained a whole load of new voters because they're so angry with the National Party's not even bothering. And actually, to be frankly honest, that was kind of the case in Hilsey too. So
it seems a bit of a theme in some of the North wards, doesn't it? There's that bit of I don't know whether it's overconfidence or even complacency, but to the voter that just feels like being taken for granted. Is that kind of what you're feeling on the ground?
Yeah. I mean, today at the polling station, I had a lot of residents saying they couldn't even bother to put one bit of leaflet out or one bit of literature. And we voted Conservative all our lives, like literally all their lives, but they voted for the first time for us. So I don't know if I don't think the turnout was as big this year for Hilsey, so I don't know if we're going to gain more. But we have gained more, if that makes sense. Because
you've got a larger share of a smaller vote.
Yeah.
No, it looks like the turnout is really low across the city. I think Nelson's the only one that's bucking the trend. Now George, we pushed George earlier and to say, well, what would success look like? Obviously, as the second pit councillor, how many are you hoping for tonight? We're very confident in 3. There's talk possibly 6, maybe even 7. Where are you hoping that number's going to
Did you see our predictions for this year?
Yes, I did. I did
And
actually.
how wrong are we this year?
Oh, hold on a sec.
Update, because obviously papers have now disappeared off the table, so you know what's happening. We are now approaching the end of the verification process. We're just in the process of collating the figures, so they need to be all pulled together, so we're able to send those over to Southampton. So this is for the Police Crime Commission ballot papers that we've been verifying. Once Southampton give us the go-ahead, then at that point we'll be able to move on with the City Council count. But I will give you an update when we send those figures to Southampton once the figures have been processed, but just to keep you in the picture. Thank you.
It seems a bit of a hurry up and wait kind of thing.
And again, for those folk, we'll get back. I mean, this seems madness, Russell, doesn't it? In terms of the verification is, are they purple, are they yellow? You'd think that we could just crack on with the count now.
I mean, for what it's worth, there was a few boxes that did have different colours,
Right.
so there has been some errors.
Okay. I mean, okay. Well, there again, you try to make something foolproof, and someone goes right out there and builds a better idiot. But so you've got to kind of guard against that, because if you start counting the ballots and then find actually there's another load of ballots actually for that election that are in the box for the Police and Crime Commissioner, that could be, you know, in some wards it could be really, really close, and those could be the difference in the declaration. But in this instance, just to I don't know whether the audience got what was being said there, but basically because of the Police and Crime Commissioner election that's taking place at the same time, as you'll have all seen when you went to the polling station today, the Police and Crime Commissioner ballots were yellow, and the local ones were a lovely light purple. I thought they were very nice colours, but basically what's been happening so far is basically just making sure that there aren't any yellows with the purples, and there aren't any purples with the yellows, and that the number of yellows and the number of purples are the number that they were expecting to have based on how many ballots were actually handed out at the polling station when they kind of draw a line under your name. That's where they mark the register. So just that kind of little bit of process politics nerd for you. But
Can't help yourself, can you, Simon?
no, I can't. I'm sorry. If you won't let me put bar charts up on the screen.
Yeah, no, it's the Lib Dem way. So, Russell, we were just trying to get you on the hook.
Yes,
there, you know, and so we're back. What would success look like for you tonight? Is it 4, 5, 6, 7? What are you?
I mean, if you're defining success, you'd say all of them, wouldn't you? But I mean, as once again, this comes back down to how much I won by, because I'm just a little bit more humble with these things. What I will say is every seat that looks like we contested, all the candidates have worked really hard. They haven't given it half-hearted. They've worked every day for the last 5-6 weeks, so they definitely deserve it if they do win it.
Yep.
But from what the feel that we're getting is, it's literally neck and neck across those 5. So I wouldn't want to call any of them.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. I mean, it's you know, we are the new boys on the block. It's still really, and especially some of the new southern seats. So some people will take a bit of time to get used to ours. I know that they really like our HMO stance. And that's been quite, you know, a positive thing, because some of the other parties kind of stepped away from it. So I don't know. I mean, of course, success would be all of them, but do I think we've got all of them? I mean, we'd be incredibly lucky, and I use that word. We'd be incredibly lucky if we won all of them. But you know, whatever happens, we're turning from a 6 to an 8.
Mm-hmm.
And Hillsy's becoming completely fully independent for the first time in its history. So that's kind of exciting as well. I don't know really what more you want me to say.
No,
to
and I think that's a fair position. And again, we played with the numbers, as you know we do, and it could be. There's a very real possibility that as we wake up to, well, in fact, we probably won't have gone to bed, but tomorrow morning you could be the second largest party in the chamber after the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
You know, how does that stand with you in terms of almost where Pitt goes next?
we'll put it this way: I'll be sleeping the entire weekend, and then on Monday I'll think about that.
Bank holiday on Monday.
Well, even so, I still pick up emails on bank holiday. But what I'm trying to get is I need a few days off, like proper wow.
Yeah.
Because me and George, we're not just obviously irate campaign managing. We're not just door knocking. We're not just leafleting. We also do a lot of the design. We do a lot of the strategy. So we are really full time. Like when we come in from a long day, we then sit. I'm on the phone for a couple of hours. So there's a lot. It's a lot to do. So the nice thing is, after this, I can literally go home and have nothing, and that's what I'm planning to do. Absolutely nothing.
Enjoy the pause before the race starts.
Exactly. Bless actually, there's a few residents in here, and I've said, and I speak to them quite daily, and I said, look, if you don't hear from me until at least Monday, I'm just sleeping.
Yeah,
I've done a lot.
And a fallow year next year, so you even get a little rest there. So
yeah,
no, and I think what so few people realise, and is how few activists there are in each of the political parties, and how the 5 weeks isn't just mentally grueling. It's physically grueling with the number of miles walked and the steps pounded and the.
Well, last year I did 511,000 steps, and I know because I was cross ward, I've done more than that.
Wow.
So it's a lot. So I lost over a stone. It's very physically grueling and mentally grueling, yeah, for sure.
Well, Russell, it sounds like you've earned that long weekend, and hopefully there won't be too much of a delay, and we'll start seeing those results come in. And,
well, what I will finish on, though, is what's really significant about next year, having the year off, is that for once, between January and May, we can actually do good councillor work and not have the little micro wins. We can work on the bigger projects, because you find that all the councillors, they all start microing everything, and then you just don't get the really important things done as much. And I'm just really looking forward to having a year of just being a councillor without worrying about an election. So, and I'm pretty sure that actually everyone here is in that same position. It is really difficult. Remember, it's 4 in a row, hasn't it? It's been.
Yeah, it's been a weird few years, hasn't it? Where we haven't really had. I mean, other than during COVID, where the fallow year just turned out because basically they just delayed the elections by a year.
Yeah,
there hasn't been the fallow year, so it's just a kind of strange thing. But that also kind of speaks to the argument of the pros and cons of Portsmouth, where you're electing a third of the councillors. 3 out of every 4 years.
Yeah,
that's basically constant campaigning, and there's
you're
some
kind of stuck with them, though, aren't you? That's the only problem.
Well,
if someone does get elected and they're not particularly strong, let's say, I'm going to be kind on the word here, then because that does happen sometimes.
Yeah.
And some people also drop out as well. Don't forget, because it doesn't quite work for them. It's not for everyone. But no, I don't mind the every year, but I'm ready for having a year off. I think that's kind of what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
I'm ready for a year off to be able to focus on being an even better councilor.
No, brilliant.
Modestly said.
Marvellous.
Well
Well,
done.
thank you ever so much.
Thank you. No worries at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
No worries at all.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Some really great stuff to hear from Russ there. We're just kind of calm before the storm. So I can go out and see if I can get someone else.
Well, I think that's probably not a bad idea, because I think we're a bit in limbo. Again, going back to the hurry up and wait announcement, which was effectively when the verification's done. For some reason, we have to check in with Southampton, and that doesn't feel right.
That's not going to go down well.
Not happy with that at all. Before we can then start the count proper. So I think, our original plan had been not to attend, because there was a belief that the first results wouldn't get called till 4 a.m. And then we were told, no, don't worry, it's all going to be fine. And then our friend who's been hurrying us up all day today, Scott Pater Harris, was confident that there would be results by 2 a.m. I'm a bit worried it could be closer to the original prediction, Simon.
I think it might be. Sorry, we picked that precise moment where I've taken advantage of Kate's advice. I've got a trough of sweets.
Oh, this is excellent. I'm going to take a small handful.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to put the sugar levels back up. Simon's going to go and try and hunt for another guest, so we'll mute the mics again, and hopefully we'll be back up and running in a few minutes.
See you in a bit.
Haribo. before that, abreast. Off to find. Pleased to be joined by Ian Holder, who is the. I don't know whether you're allowed to be called the current councillor. Was the current councillor, and I'm guessing is hoping will be again. So, Ian, how's it looking?
St Thomas is looking pretty good at the moment from our account. Fingers crossed. I think we've done enough to win.
Marvellous.
Move it, yeah, it's not Move a bit closer. Yeah, we think we've done enough to win. It's looking good.
Brilliant, and again, that works well for both Simon and myself, who predicted a win for you. So we were confident. Now, I have heard a whisper that some of our predictions were doubted by members of the Holder household.
Yeah. She was watching the show last night and she had a few doubts about
Wow.
some things.
Well, I think if
Did we get called anything?
No, she was very polite.
oh, this is super.
Well, bless her. We don't expect any less from Liz. But so how's the campaign been? Is it different to previous years? Is it?
No, we've done what we always do. We try and get out and talk to people. We've done the usual loads of Lib Dem deliveries and leaflets. I think we benefit from being around all year. And we're doing the community groups and we're doing stuff for Peak residents. So it makes campaigning at election time a lot easier.
Yeah.
And in terms of, it's looking in almost every ward, like the turnout is down. Are you expecting the same in your ward, or does it?
I think one or two wards seem to be slightly up, but one ward was way down, I think. So I think, but that's going to be across the council.
Any ideas as to what that might be down to?
Again, from talking to people on doorstep, a lot of people are very disillusioned with politics at the moment and don't see much difference between a lot of the parties. So I think that's probably put a lot of people off.
Yeah, and in our prediction show, we were quite, we were reasonably bullish about PIP and Labour, and kind of felt a little bit sorry for the Conservatives. We didn't really focus on the Lib Dems too much.
No.
I guess and that's probably why Liz isn't our greatest fan at the moment, and we'll take that. In terms of tonight's outcome, what would you see as a good outcome for the Lib Dems? Before the election on 18 seats.
I think we've got a couple of seats that are looking fairly squeaky.
Yeah.
But I think we may lose one or two. But anything above that.
Do you think overall we'll win some, lose some?
I think we're certainly going to pick up at least one.
Oh.
One's looking a bit squeaky, so
God,
we may stay on 18, I think.
Now a Lib Dem game.
Yeah.
Oh, which one are you hoping for? Go on, let
I
us.
think ENC probably.
Oh, now I can't.
That's looking
Yeah,
okay for us.
So one of us did predict
that would be a disaster from the predictions standpoint. So
You got me right.
yeah, no. And look, honestly, the way the prediction show goes most years for me, any win is a win for me at the moment. So we were just chatting to Councillor Simpson, who is looking to plan a very long weekend for himself sleeping. Is it much the same in the Holder household?
Most of tomorrow is going to be sleeping, I think.
Yeah.
Most of the weekend. But unfortunately, we've got a daughter in the middle of her GCSE, so we'll have to be awake for a second.
You've
to help her out.
got to show willing. I've rather foolishly got a job interview at 10:30 tomorrow morning, so I was hoping we would be done dusted by 4 a.m. and I'd get 5 solid hours kit.
Planning on being fast asleep at that time.
Yeah, no, it's looking like
we might be asleep. We just might still be here.
Yes. Yeah.
We're waiting for Southampton at the moment.
Apparently, Southampton to say that the verification from Portsmouth of the Police and Crime Commissioner balance is okay. So, okay.
I think we're predicting about 4 or 5ish. We're going to finish.
Yeah, if we're done by then, that'd be great. It's originally when we thought the first results weren't going to be called till 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, we didn't have the stomach for the fight, so we were going to stay home.
On the bright side, I won't have to go to bed before I take the kids to school tomorrow.
Well, this is true. You've got to look for the positives in everything. So no. Well, hopefully everything goes well for you, and
thank you.
We won't congratulate you just yet. We'll wait for
that's terribly bad luck.
The numbers to be read out, and but we were discussing a collective noun for Lib Dems. I went with a bar chart. Have you got? Does that work for you?
Yeah, bar chart, a confusion.
Marvelous. Well, no, superb. Ian, thanks ever so much for coming over and spending some
No
time
problem.
with us.
Nice to talk to you.
And apologies to Liz that we've offended her with some of our predictions. I'd love to know if Liz is there, which was the one that properly offended, and which is the one she thought we got most wrong.
Which one do you think they got most wrong, Liz?
Simon called a Lib Dem win.
Did you call it as a Lib Dem win?
Yeah,
I did.
Simon.
Ian didn't.
Simon's bold. I went for a Labour win, which again, if you know my politics, isn't something I do lightly with any joy in my heart.
No, I understand that. I think there'll be some interesting ones. There's some going to be very close, aren't there, tonight?
I think from everything we're hearing, Cosham is looking very close indeed. Nelson is much closer than I think anybody called. I had Nelson as that was number 4 on my list of most confident wards that would be a Lib Dem
We
hold.
live in interesting times in Portsmouth politics,
Well,
I think.
I think there is that element with the turnout. Is it a case of at the moment, and Ian touched on the sort of disillusion with politics. Is it a case of we're waiting for the main event later in the year? No, it's great that folks like yourself are still working hard to.
I think it's frustrating, though, isn't it, that 1 in 3 people vote in a local election. It is.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
is a shame.
the
But
predict.
then it lies in the fault of so many people trying to raise
Yeah,
the turnout.
yeah, and if some of the numbers we're getting or some of the predictions, that we think the turnout could be as low as 20% for the whole city, which is really sad.
Something to reflect on for everyone.
Well, and there is that piece where you said you've got a child of sort of school age, mine are 20 and 23, and I was like, well, are you going to go and vote? And the 20-year-old was like, well, I don't think I can. I was like, well, you're always offering me political opinions that are different to mine and therefore wrong. So how can you do that when they're not taking part in the democratic process by taking the time to register?
I think it's a national thing across the country, though, isn't it? I had colleagues today who I had to remind to go and vote. I think people, they vote at a general election, but at a local election for some reason.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There's a certain amount of confusion between what a councillor can do
Yes.
and what a councillor can't do.
Yeah.
And what an MP can do and can't do. But I don't think that's helped by the sorts of things you see claimed on various leaflets.
Yeah, I
around
think some
this
people.
time of year we're going to do this thing, but that requires a change in legislation.
Yeah,
to
some people
do that.
deliberately blur the lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's interesting that a lot of the campaign has been focused on national issues.
Yeah, and that's disappointing because it's actually local issues that we should be focusing on.
Yeah.
Not, the council can't sort out these national issues. They can't sort out academies, which is a national issue.
No.
Schools.
Local issues for local people, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
We
Well-
try and keep it local in St John's.
I know absolutely, Ian, and that we look at the full council meeting, and I don't think we've ever seen your name guilty as being against one of those motions that says this council calls upon the government to teach people to fly, or any other kind of brave ask that
Yeah.
is never going to happen.
Random ones that come up.
Yeah, and it's just it's one of the things I know. Lord Mayor Tom Coles has been much more ruthless in his running of the council meetings to stop them running dead into the night. But
Tom's been really good this year.
yeah, no, we've offered our services that so if you send the notice of motions to us in advance, we'll just strike through any of the ones that are grandstanding politicking nonsense,
That sounds
and
good to me.
we'll save you a couple of hours.
We'll have it down to about 2 hours.
That sounds even better.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck for the rest of the night, and enjoy the rest and relaxation over the weekend. Although with a teenager, that's always going to be relatively
Hopefully they'll have
limited.
a lay-in at the weekend as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you both. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Liz.
Cheers.
Right? We're off there.
No, and
I'm sorry about how that worked out. It's just that I had heard from the other two and had agreed a date and hadn't managed to get hold of you. So it's just the way it works. Mm. Well,
Here we are. And what a riveting update we've got for you, Simon? Everybody who is in a state of half awakeness be poised, ready. What's the news?
news is that the validation of the Police and Crime Commissioner ballots. So that's the comparing the number of ballots that there are in each box against what's been marked off against the register. Doesn't match and is out enough that it is basically outside the margin of error, so it's outside tolerance. So that means that the validation of those ballots has to take place again.
So, unbelievably.
So do we translate that into?
So what that means in practical terms is we're going to count all of them again to see whether there's the right number of, were they yellow ballots?
So the Police and Crime Commissioner were the yellow ones, and the local election ones were the purple ones.
And they're different sizes.
Yes.
So they're either there or they're not. And the incredible thing about this, folks, is that the counting of those ballots to see who's won doesn't actually start till 9:30 tomorrow morning. And
I think
10 o'clock?
Yeah.
By which time, hopefully, we'll all be in bed. So, unfortunately, the way this was working is that we can't even start the count of the Portsmouth elections until that verification has been verified, which just beggars belief in terms of, I could understand if they were the same colour and the same size and there was a chance of them getting mixed up, but they're not. So I kind of get the sorting through one to make sure that the purple ones are in the purple box and the yellow ones are in the yellow boxes. But once you've done that, I'm really struggling to understand, if they count them again and they come up with exactly the same number. I don't know about you, Simon, but I'm in the right and so what territory.
Yeah, it
count them again.
Yeah. There's but all routes lead to the same place, don't they? In the sense of even if you started then actually proceeding to the local count, you're either going to turn up an errant yellow that you've missed before, in which case you've solved your problem ready for the count tomorrow, or you're not, and in which case you can say, well, it's definitely not in there.
Yeah.
So that either means they're somewhere else or it's a clerical error, surely.
Yeah, and it can only be those things, and it can't be fixed tonight, no matter how much we do with it. So there are, what do you reckon in here tonight? Probably 100, 150 people in here tonight. Feeling our good selves, and some folk have got some stuff to do because they can recount all the yellow ballots that they've counted before. But in terms of bringing you any kind of insightful insight or any results, the word is that the delay will probably be another hour, and then that will be the end of the end and the beginning of the beginning. So apologies that it's going to be some time yet before we bring you any cut and thrust, and naturally a number of candidates aren't keen to talk to us before the results are able to be declared. So it's a watch this space, and as soon as we got any more info, I guess we'll be back to bring more witty insight.
Hopefully at some point, rather than reporting that there's nothing to report, we'll have something to report. But thank you just looking at the comments, yes, I can see a couple of people talking about working Fridays and luxurious Flava. Bless you, thank you very much. Saying we're doing God's work on evenings like this, that basically we should offer our services. I dare even use those names, the esteemed to replace the esteemed Dimbleby or the not so esteemed Hugh Edwards these days. But bless you, that's very cool.
No. What was the
Um,
is there
and,
shouting about to happen?
Neve, that yes, it is only the Police and Crime Commissioner that's ballots that are that the validation isn't valid.
Yeah.
For want of a better
Yeah,
word. Did
yeah.
that sound like there was something going to be happening there?
Well, I thought it was. I thought there was a brief kind of interlude. We had somebody walk past the lectern and put a piece of paper on it. And you were live with us for the last quick, go faster, and wait. There appears to be some hysteria breaking out to our right. So I think, it is a long night. We've heard from a couple of activists and candidates as to just how long a road this is until this particular night. So the fact that they're going to be blessed probably with an extra hour or two is they're probably feeling as chipper as we are. So yeah, I guess we will hang on, put our mics back on mute, and then we might go for a walk and possibly even a sort of celebratory wee just to make the time go faster.
Oh, steady on.
Yeah, we are living the dream here, live from the Guildhall.
We'll be back. Well, hopefully soon.
Hopefully soon. Please God,
But who
hopefully
knows?
soon.
Crime Commissioner was 20, and the total number of ballots that were verified was 41,728. So, on to the City Council count.
Go, go, go.
So
Shall we update?
we have been let loose. The man from Del Monte, those of you old enough to remember, has said yes. So the people in Southampton we've given them the right number, it would seem. And now it's on to the work proper, the actual count
Now,
for the Portsmouth local elections.
it's interesting. I think it was the Chief Executive of Portsmouth City Council said the turnout for the Police and Crime Commissioner was 27.9%. Now, I would presume, Simon, that I can't believe that people have gone into the ballot box, cast their vote for the Police and Crime Commissioner and said, no thanks, I won't bother for the local. So could that mean that our predictions of a terribly low turnout of around, as low as 20%, that some of that might be misplaced?
It sounds like it. I agree. It seems a bit of a strange thing to consider that people would mark their box in the Police and Crime Commissioner ballot, but not in their local. If anything, I would have thought that there might be some people that would be inclined to do the other way around, given that it isn't perhaps a universally understood or appreciated role, or something that, to be honest with you, gets a very, very high profile. But yeah, now we can see that it's literally like someone's pressed a button.
Yeah, so there is the frenzy done. It's 28%, then we would expect that to be very similar to last year's number of 29%. Now, I think last year it was about as part of that. I think we are probably less than an hour away from the first result. Go on, I'm putting my 10p on the table now. That might just be blind optimism on my part, but what do you think?
I hope that you're right. To be honest with you, because that would at least be a movement in the right direction, and hopefully, if some of the reported low turnouts do turn out to be true, then there'll be some wards that are going to be quite easy to count.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember who was first last year.
I think it was Nelson.
I think it was Nelson, but that one looks close. So I'm not seeing that as being. I'm going to reckon that the first ward up is going to be our ward where we said that the result was the most confident for both of us. I'm going to say Paulsgrove's going to be up first. Low turnout, and from what we can work out, there is the Mr. Madrick is probably the younger. It's not like Pitt the younger. He's probably going to be home and hosed. But watch this space. As soon as we get any movement, then we'll be back on. And then what we found out last year is once the results start coming, then it is thick and fast. We will try and capture winning or losing candidates as they come through. And so, watch this space, and you have a little kip in between and snooze, and we'll be back to entertain you as soon as there's something worthwhile or lively happening.
Yes, so keep the comments coming, keep the followings going, and thanks for staying with us. Must admit, I thought people had started going to sleep by now, or perhaps they have, and they've just left their devices playing along in the background. So hopefully our voices don't give them any nightmares.
No, that's it.
But
So
it's going to be a bit, but
rest,
we're moving towards starting to get some results.
To run over.
The count has begun.
The count has begun. 1, 2,
So those of you paying attention in the chat, but I'll wake some of you up that have possibly dozed off at this point. So we've just had a recent flurry of calls to the stage for candidates and agent, and what that normally means at this time in the count is basically the candidates and the agents are being asked to agree on the exclusion or the ruling of what's on a particular ballot paper. So a particular ballot paper might be unclear as to which candidate they're voting for, or might be a spoiled ballot, and basically what the returning officer is seeking agreement from the candidates and the agents. In that situation, it is which ones go where, and everyone's happy with that. So that's not going to be contested. But it does indicate that they're progressing quite strongly with the counts. So the wards that's happened for so far in quite strong succession were St Jude, Hilsey, Paulsgrove, Central Southsea, Eastleigh and Craneswater, and for Cosham. So making very, very quick headway, all announced within a couple of minutes of each other.
Yeah, so it does look like we are getting closer, and yes, one of the things that the sharp-eyed amongst us look to see when those ballots are being reviewed, any sniggering where amateur artists might, rather than putting a cross in the box, have created some piece of, shall we say, impromptu adult artwork on their ballot paper.
Well, at the end of the day, the vote is an exercise in democracy for the
Milton ward, please. Candidates and agents to the left-hand side of the stairs.
And that was just a call for the same for candidates and agents for Milton. So there's now a cluster of candidates and agents basically in succession going and gathering to the left or the right of the stairs to the stage, depending. It's Copner.
Yeah, so and I guess you understand the process better than I do as a self-confessed nerd. So do you think this means that those counts have concluded and they've now got all of the spoiled ballots for that ward, or is this I would guess they're probably only going to call them up once for spoiled ballots?
Yeah, so that indicates they're close to the end of the counting process, because you basically go through them and you count them, and then you're getting a ruling off of the candidates and the agents to get agreement, so that at some point in the future, that if that's actually if that decision of does this ballot mean that this vote is actually for candidate A or candidate B, that could be the one vote that makes the difference. So what the returning officer is making sure is that everyone is agreeing that the ballots have been interpreted fairly and accurately, and that everybody is consenting to that. So I'd say that's definitely something you're having as you progress along. Quite how close that means that you are to the being able to declare, but before the declaration takes place actually on the stage, the agents and the candidates would also be summoned to basically agreeing on actually what the result is. So I can't recall whether that would actually happen at the same time as this, because it would make sense for it to do so rather than not, because you're literally adding a ballot or two to each pile.
Yeah, and it's interesting. One of the things that is fascinating about the count, if you've not been here before, is there is kind of an emotional soup that surrounds you, and early doors. There's lots of sort of high
and that's Fratton joining the queue.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's 10 wards now that have been called forward. So yeah, at the start of the evening, there's a kind of a bit of nervous energy, and then when we got into the count proper, it almost became sort of in a slightly hushed librarian tone, did it not, Simon?
It was a strange change in the atmosphere of going from a meeting where everyone seemed to kind of not know what they were doing for about an hour, to suddenly this really, really serious and studied faces, and you could literally hear and you can still hear it now. I don't know if our listeners can pick it up on the audio, but you could hear the turning of those ballots as they're being counted.
So yeah, and again we've had Jerry the Inquisitor Brown has been down on the floor watching the counts, and he's reporting back that a number of wards are looking pretty close. Even some of the ones where I think we confidently declared a result. It will stun some of our listeners to know that it looks like possibly neither Simon or I.
And that's Nelson joining list.
Yeah.
What we don't want to do there, obviously, is be revealing anything ahead of the declaration. Only that there's a number of things that are close, and it doesn't look like we are going to get all 14 right this year. You think we will? Sorry.
No.
Oh no.
No.
I mean, we haven't yet.
No.
So well, I don't think this year would be any different to other years. I mean, last year we both got 9 wards right and 5 wards wrong, just different wards.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing will be, I think from some of the conversations that we've had, it's quite clear that I think we've both underestimated the strength of the fight in Nelson.
Yeah, that looks like the one we might end up getting the right outcome, but we never saw that one being close. We I think it was number 4 on my list. I think it was in your top 6 of certainties. I think there are, as we go down that list, there are some that we thought might be close, which seem to be, no one seems to be talking about one going down to the wire, but with at least a couple of awards, people are already starting to discuss whether, the margin will be less than 100, perhaps less than 50, and maybe go into recount territory.
Yeah, I think there's likely to be a couple of awards that are going to be that tightly contested that there's going to be recounts, and maybe even more than once. Who knows? If we'd have known, we'd have brought pillows.
Yeah, I mean, I think I haven't done a time check recently. Because I didn't want to depress myself. But I can't remember when I called that I thought election results would be out in the next hour. We must be getting very close to the cusp of that now.
Please to the left-hand stage. Please, thank you very much.
I didn't catch what ward that was.
No, I wasn't sure either, but I think that there can't really be many left. I think that whatever that was, now interesting, I can't remember whether Eastleigh, Craneswater and Drayton and Farlington have been called forward.
ENC has, but DNF hasn't.
No, because traditionally they are higher turnout wards, aren't they? They tend to have quite a reasonable turnout. Which you'd think they're probably going to be more towards the back end of the piece.
Perhaps, but I mean, historically, Drayton and Farlington, as we discussed in the prediction show, last year was the first year that the Conservatives won. And that's Charles Dickens, agents and candidates being called to the stage. It was only last year, since 2014 was the first year that the Tories won less than 50% of the vote in DNF. If, as is perhaps predicted, that the Conservative vote has collapsed, a lot of Tory voters staying home, then that might change the picture in DNF unless there is that strong contest coming from PIP that we talked about in the prediction.
And interestingly, that there was a kind of almost a last orders for Charles Dickens to come forward. Now, I thought they'd already been called once to the stage, so I'm wondering whether we are going to see the Charles Dickens result fairly soon. And again, that is one where turnout does look like it was very low indeed. So, could we be close to our first result? I hope so, because once it starts, you know that it's going to charge on from there, and we might all be home before the sun breaks.
Yeah, it's a bit like waiting to open the presents on Christmas morning. Once you start opening them, the rest of the presents get opened in quick succession.
It's a great analogy. Great analogy. Right, shall we pause and let people snooze again for the next, hopefully only 10 or 15 minutes before the results pop
Yeah,
out?
we'll just pause the mics again for a bit, and we'll be ready to come back if we need to.
I'm not sure whether that's the returning officer or the PCC CEO that's calling candidates and agents forward, but we have had Hilsey and Cosham both called to the provisional results area. Now I'm going to refer to my anorak wearing friend to my left. Do we know what the provisional results area is, Simon?
So, I mean, if they've demarked a particular area for them to do that, but that's the place where they'll go to display what the result is and seek agreement from all of the candidates, so that basically if they all accept the result, then that's the point. Then it moves to being officially declared on the stage as the next stage.
Yeah, and I kind of guessed it was something like that, which is why I'm slightly surprised, because our chums from Hilsey were called forward probably the best part of 10 minutes ago, and I know we've been promising you something for a number of hours now, and having checked the clock on my phone, my massively positive aspiration of results within the hour looks entirely misplaced. But we are feeling pretty confident we must be getting close. And a slight surprise, I think, for both of us, Simon, our intel on the floor was telling us that Cosham was going to be really, really close and could be into recount territory. So surprised that that's been called forward second out of all the wards.
Yeah, but I guess there's a situation where that can happen even if actually there's still a strong contest between two candidates, because that's just less votes to count than it is to count a contest where there's a lot of difference between but there's not much difference between 3 or 4 candidates. So it kind of is just it's where you want to break out a histogram, really.
It could be a bar chart if you're lucky.
Well, there could be, but there's a gaggle of interest over in the corner. I'm trying to see what ward that is. I think that's Drayton and Farlington over in the far corner, I think, where there seems to be a bit of to and fro.
Good evening, everybody. Can I ask the candidates, please, to be on stage for the Hilsey ward, followed by Cosham ward, for announcement of results.
So we have had the notification there. We are about to declare. So Hilsey have been called forward to be followed by Cosham. So if we look back at our predictions, for both of us, Hilsey was in both of our top 3 in terms of certainty. We thought this was going to be a pip gain from Conservatives. The Councillor Daniel Weems, who had stood down, and I think Charlie Douglas, a friend of the pod, and put his name forward. But I think even the most ardent Conservative supporter didn't think that the Conservatives would hold Hilsey. Fair comment?
Yeah, that seems to be the way of it. We are. Okay, so we have the candidates on the stage for Hilsey.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm Natalie Brommer-Pearl, the returning officer for this election. Do hereby give notice the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates for the election of the City Councillor for Hilsey Ward as follows. Matthew William String of Cordy, Portsmouth Independents, putting Hilsey residents first, 1,493 votes. Charles Peter Douglas, commonly known as Charlie Douglas, the Conservative Party candidate, 533 votes. Emma Louise Kimberly Murphy, the Green Party candidate, 95 votes. Nicola Louise Potts, commonly known as Nicky Potts, Labour Party, 461 votes. Peter John Williams, Liberal Democrat, 148 votes. A total number of 6 ballots ballot papers were rejected, and the turnout rate for Hilsey Ward was 27.05%. Therefore, I hereby declare that Matthew William Stringer Cordy is duly elected.
Well, there you have it, our first result, and pretty much a landslide win.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that helped us run the campaign, and it's really great to make Hilsey fully independent. Thank you.
And a fairly short speech from the winner there, and as you can hear off to our right, the Portsmouth Independents delighted with that first result, and I think if I heard those numbers right, Simon, more than 50% of the vote.
I must admit I didn't catch the numbers, I'm afraid, but
About 1,450 for I didn't catch the Independent's name. About 550 for the Conservative, about 400 for Labour, 140 for the Lib Dems, and 95 for the Greens. So, if my maths is about right, roughly sort of 1,100 to 1,200 votes shared amongst the other candidates. So I'm sure Pip absolutely delighted with that.
Well, yeah, Pip getting 3 times more votes than anyone else.
Yeah. So very solid. Now the next one up is Cosham, and this in our prediction show was I think this was the first ward we disagreed on.
Okay, results for the
I
election
thought
of the City Council
Labour
of the Cosham Ward.
win it.
I, Natalie Brommer Pearl, being the returning officer of this
here we
election,
go.
hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates are as follows. Matthew Jeremy Atkins, commonly known as Matthew Atkins, the Conservative Party candidate, 641 votes. Nicola Louise Doyle, commonly known as Nikki Doyle, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 20 votes. Amanda Louise Martin, commonly known as Amanda Martin, Labour Party, 1,009. Josephine Vane McNally, commonly known as Josie McNally, the Green Party, 100 votes. Derek James North, Portsmouth Independents, putting Cosham first, 1,149
Good
votes.
Lord. Well,
And Suzanne Spurgeon, the Liberal Democrat, 118 votes. There were a total of 16 votes rejected, and the turnout rate was 30.3%. Therefore, I do hereby declare that Derek James North is duly elected to the Ward of Cosham.
Well, 1-0 to Simon. Let's hear what Derek has to say.
No results yet, but please can I have the candidates and agents for Charles Dickens Ward, followed by Milton Ward in the provisional results area, please. Thank you.
Well, it looks like Derek's not making a speech, Simon. Well,
No.
That has got to be a body blow to Labour, hasn't it? Amanda Martin, very high-profile candidate, Labour's candidate for Portsmouth North in the general election, wherever it happens, and Pip basically going from a standing start in Cosham to win the ward by just over 100 votes.
Yeah, quite the turnaround for a ward that they weren't really that they hadn't previously been that present in, and as you said, quite a remarkable blow for such a high-profile candidate as Amanda Martin for the Labour Party.
And again, we predicted a much lower turnout, 27-26%. That turnout there just over 30%, a little bit down on what we would expect, but compared to the noises that we were getting from inside the ward and from locally about a horrifically low turnout, it looks like that again, we can speculate that is that the Conservative vote switching to to PIP, or is that PIP motivating people to come out and vote? I guess we won't know. Matthew Atkins obviously beaten into third place, 400 to 500 votes adrift. Thoughts on
Yeah.
that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a contrast to his appearance on the political scene in Portsmouth, when he was 12 votes short of actually taking the first the 4-year term in the by-election in Cosham in 2019. So narrowly kind of missed out on taking that out of Lee Mason's hands. So yeah, I think that's just an obvious reflection on kind of what seems to be in the two that we've seen so far, what's happening to the Conservative vote this year, and I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. But
Yeah,
I think the shock here is a strong battle between Labour and coming from nowhere PIP candidate.
Yeah, and for me, I think we have to remind folk that Cosham, the other two councillors in the ward, the decline of the Conservative vote in Cosham isn't new, but I guess the change with all the other wards in the north of the city is where you've seen that Conservative vote switch to PIP in Cosham. It switched to Labour, so the other two candidates are both Labour candidates, and I'm certain that Labour, with aspirations in Portsmouth North, would have, that was a seat they were clearly targeting. And again, I backed against PIP, which I've done before and been wrong before. I didn't see them going from a standing start to being able to PIP Amanda. So to make a pun there. So yeah, a surprise, and George and the Pips must be absolutely delighted. 2 from 2. One they were cast iron certain of. One I think it was a little bit hoped for rather than expected. Is that a fair comment?
I don't know. I think they were quietly certain, but I think we've learned over the last couple of years not to underestimate basically the effectiveness of their campaign, and how they brought that out. Obviously there'll be lots of people that would have been staying home that might have previously voted Conservatives. Whether their votes actually shifted to either of the, either Amanda or to Derek, who knows? That's not something you ever know at the ballot box, is it? You don't know.
Well, I mean,
that sort of thing. But you could just see the numbers. At the end of the day, it's just a contest of who gets more votes than the next person.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see an argument for Conservatives switching their vote to Amanda. I think, Amanda, very strong trade unionist. I don't see that being a natural progression for Conservative voters. And I guess that it will ask some questions now about what happens when the general election comes, in terms of, we're still not sure whether PIP will field a candidate. Obviously, with that result in Hillsey and with the result in Cosham, will that embolden PIP to field a candidate? I think possibly, probably yes. And it then is going to be interesting to see how that pans out when we get to the general election.
Yes, it will be interesting to see how that translates in a general. People have different sorts of loyalties, and as you say, the kind of key thing in Portsmouth North will be whether there will be we know there's going to be a Reform candidate, but whether there will be a PIP candidate, and what that would do to the Conservative vote if as we've seen tonight, a large portion of it stays home. What that kind of turns into, does that, because rather than, it would be, to be honest, it would be record breaking if actually an independent candidate actually won the ward. But would that just actually would that just really reduce the Conservative vote even further and therefore clear the way for a Labour victory.
Yeah, no, I think it asks more questions than it solves. I mean, I put forward a hypothesis that if Amanda lost Caution, that she'd win the general election by the fact that Pip would feel emboldened to field a candidate. I think that would split the Conservative vote, and that potentially could let Amanda come through on the rails to win the election. I guess the question in terms of that result that it may ask is how much energy, effort, money will the Central Labour Party commit to the north of Portsmouth based on that result and the potential outcome. So all of those things.
Candidates please for Charles Dickens ward, and can I have the candidates for Milton ward to be on standby at the bottom of the stairs, please?
Okay, so things definitely kind of moving a lot. Can we move your mic a bit?
Sorry, I've gone quiet. I've leant back into a relaxed position, obviously after multiple hours of being in these comfortable chairs. Charles Dickens, again, interesting ward. I think we both predicted it as a cast iron certainty for Labour.
No, okay. I will
So,
make a declaration.
It appears
Okay,
there's
so,
a few candidates there.
For the City Councillor Charles Dickens ward, I have to go on appeal. The returning officer for this election hereby give notice. The number of votes recorded for each of the candidates is as follows. Jamie Angela Custerton, Portsmouth Independents, putting Charles Dickens first, 240 votes. Raja Ghosh, known as Raj Ghosh, Labour Party, 907 votes. Thomas Henry Straits Gosling, commonly known as Thomas Gosling, the Conservative Party candidate, 319 votes. Christopher Allen Pickett, commonly known as Chris Pickett, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 72 votes. Miles Plested, the Green Party candidate, 109 votes. And Renu Raj, Liberal Democrat, 368 votes.
So,
And there were a total of 25 ballots rejected, and the turnout for the Charles Dickens ward was 15%.
Wow.
I do hereby declare that Raja Ghosh is duly elected.
She's a 50. So the turnout was 15%.
oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I do apologise. Thank you. I've got so many people to thank. I'll try and keep it as quick as I can, but obviously thank you to all the staff here around the city and country making these elections possible. The biggest supporters of my life, my mum, Maddie, Amy, my brother. Thank you to work for me time off. Thank you to our local committees and members for your faith in me, Trev, Stephen, Harry, Zoe, Ian, Dave, Gemma, Jonathan, Chanel, Avalobi, Ola, Nathan, Eric, Ed, Amanda, Robin, my other running mates, and other supporters and councillors who've helped. Our super agents, Carol and Rob, Leonie, Ray, Sue, John, thank you for all you do for us. I must give a special thanks to two amazing women who I've been lucky to have with me so much of the campaign, Councillor Yinka and our Secretary Charlotte. Thank you so much for all you've done. Thank you for dragging me across the finish line. Thank you also to outgoing Councillor Kirsty, my fellow candidates, and most importantly of all, the good people of Charles Dickens ward. I look forward to serving you and speak to you soon. I look forward to serving the city, my home city, the city that I love. Thank you very much.
Well, a very impassioned speech there from Raj, well, I think we
Can I ask the candidates for Milton ward, please, to come on the stage?
well, we were certain that one would be a Labour win. I don't think in my mind, I had it quite as home and host as that. I think they had more than double number of votes from the nearest candidate. So, a comprehensive win, but what a turnout, Simon.
Any more candidates? No? Okay, let's crack on then. So, for the election of the City Councillor for Milton Ward, I, Natalie Bromwell, being the returning officer of this election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this election is as follows. Kimberly Emma Barrett, Liberal Democrat, 1,817. Arif Hussain Chowdhury, Labour Party, 949.
Well,
Sarah Louise Shilling Gilbert, the Green Party candidate, 231. Stephen Alexander Voorhees, the Conservative Party candidate, 220. Rachel Faith Zimmer, Reform UK, 214. The number of ballot papers rejected were 11, and the turnout for this ward was 32.6%.
well,
I
Mick,
do hereby
yeah.
declare that Kimberly Emma Barrett is duly elected.
And we'll just wait to see Kimberly step forward again. We both predicted
Just
Kimberly
want to say a
win.
huge thank you to everyone who's been working on the polling stations and here tonight. I know it's been a really long night, so I won't talk long. Just wanted to say a couple of thank yous to people. My ward colleagues, Gerald and Steve, it's been a really tough year for us this year. We've had our own issues going on, but we've been out, we've talked to people, we've listened, which is what we do for our residents. To our deliverers that have gone out and helped us, particularly Tony, who came down and helped me. He's been absolutely fantastic. And I have to say a huge thank you to my colleague Susie. She's been a wonderful mentor, a great friend. She's gone through her own grief as well and helped me through mine. So I couldn't have done this without you. And lastly, as well, to my family, you've been absolutely fantastic. My husband and my father are here today to support me. My kids have been a godsend delivering leaflets as well. But to the people of Milton, it's always been a privilege to serve you these last few years, and I really look forward to continuing to work with all these different things going forward with you all. Thank you so much, everyone, and hopefully we'll be out soon. Thank you.
Well, Simon, a really significant win for Kimberly. I know we predicted a win.
Some more provisional results, but I need to go and get the papers, so I'll read them out.
Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I was just waiting for the site to update so that I can easily have a look at the numbers. But it is I didn't think it was really in any doubt, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. I think for me the interesting is the percentage. Obviously, I think Kimberly roughly on 1,800, the Labour Party candidate on 900. If we look at the last three results, I think it's been 3%, 6%, kind of 7%. Whereas the winning margin there is pretty significant. So in terms of our the macro picture, it's not looking like a great night for Labour, is it? After we wouldn't have expected anything in those in kind of Hillsey, but I think they would have hoped to be closer in Milton than they have been.
Yeah, I think that would have been somewhere they'd have wanted to make more of a dent if they were going to be seriously doing the Lib Dems some damage. But it's still early days. We're still only a couple of wards in.
Yeah, and I guess Kimberly is very hardworking, very popular local councillor. I don't think there are irrespective of your political beliefs, there are few that will ever question just how hard Kimberly works for her residents. So, and that's the thing about politics and nights like tonight. It is the cruelest of job interviews if you effectively get the sack on stage there. So, good news and pleased for Kimberly that she's been elected to serve for another. Well, it'll be 3 years. Is it 3 years or only 2? No, it's only 2 years before 2026 and we go all out again.
So we've had Charles Dickens, Hillsey and Milton so far.
And Cosham.
And Cosham.
So we've had four of the 14. And I guess, again, Labour won Charles Dickens at a canter, which we expected them to. But in 2 out of those 4, I think they've done less well than they would have expected. Interesting to see that in a ward like Melton, Reform got 143 votes there. Again, perhaps not
214.
240, which I think is up quite a chunk on the previous year.
Yeah, and only 6 votes short of the Conservatives.
That is telling. And again, in the south of the city, where I don't think either Reform or the Conservatives would really hope to win, but it does start to ask some questions about, whether Reform's message is resonating with Conservative voters, and they're moving across.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to kind of unpick as to whether that's protest vote or whether that is serious departure on policy. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of dissatisfaction. It's quite clear in the Tory vote.
Yeah, and I think that there is that piece where, I think their last hope is Drayton and Farlington, where, again, if we look back when the seat was elected 3 years ago, massive majority, 46% majority, that had dropped to 28% last year. Could that drop to a loss? I think, we are getting very mixed messages from the forwards. I think at one point, one of our folk, and I don't know whether there's been some rascaliness going on, suggested that Charles Dickens might be a bit tight, but it didn't quite look like that, so I don't know whether they were looking at the right table even, Simon.
I was just trying to get it up on the sorry, that's caution. Yeah, that was Wilson. That was Wilson. No, sorry, I didn't manage to get the Charles Dickens ones before the next one was called. You can't get the staff, can you?
To be fair, I think the number of balls that you're juggling in the air at the moment, and I think the lateness of the hour means I'm sure the folk who are still listening along, if they haven't fallen asleep, will be much more forgiving.
Well, bless you, that's very kind. Just getting the Charles Dickens result up on the screen. So, Raj taking 45% of the vote. Lib Dems coming in at 18%. The Conservatives at 16%. Pip at 12%. Okay, so Paulsgrove next. Paulsgrove then. So Paulsgrove, I doubt very much that there's going to be any surprise there. I think the only thing that's in question is just how large a majority George will return.
Yeah, and ENC, I'm feeling less confident on an individual level as to, based on that last result, whether Labour will have made any impact in ENC and whether the Lib Dems will romp home. So again, it was the one we were least certain of. We'll have to wait and see what that one brings. And I guess we do have to talk about the turnout in Charles Dickens as you're looking at the result there. Simon, I know it's always not good, but I think 15% is probably an all-time low.
I can't remember it being that low. It's certainly very, very low.
I mean,
15% is sadly has got to be some sort of record, but not a great one. I don't know what that quite says about the engagement with voters. It will be interesting once this is all kind of set up to look at it properly and see how the how the turnout kind of tracks across the city and where it's dipped, and whether it's dipped roughly the same amount across the city or whether it's kind of dipped more in particular areas. That are really quite interesting to look at. But I think that's a bit of number crunching for another day.
I think probably now is definitely not the time to fire up a new spreadsheet and start trying to roll.
Well, you're welcome, but I'm not going to do it right now.
No, no. So at some point, we'll hope that perhaps some of the winners might come and talk to us. It's obviously there's a lot of backslapping going on at the moment. Also, anxiety for the candidates that are yet to come. So we will hope to bring you some insight later in the morning. Good God, it is so morning.
Yes. There are now only 2 sets of tables that have got anybody handling any ballots. So that appears that there are 2 wards where either counting has counting has continued, because there's not been any notice of a request for a recount.
Right now is to get up in about 4 hours' time. It's my first meeting of the day. We'll be at 10 in the morning. But that is what we do. We don't set the rest on our level. We do go out and we see what you're around. That's really important.
Are you hearing some feed-in from someone else's conversation?
Yes. So it sounds like there's an interview going on.
Yeah. Should we point your microphone a little bit?
Yep.
From the door. I've got it.
Yep. Yeah, so you might be picking up a bit of background noise there, as it appears that someone has nabbed one of the winning candidates and is doing an interview with them. Very poor that they've chosen another service provider other than us, but
even with us, sweetie.
Yeah. I guess other political broadcasters are available.
They are. But there we go. Feels like it's time for on that note. It feels like it's time for another swing.
Or is it Haribo time?
Yep.
Thank you, sir. And just for the candidate, the camera hopefully hasn't picked it up, but Simon's Haribo mix is disturbing in many ways, which as this is a family show, I'm not going to cover even at 5 o'clock in the morning. But I'll leave that to your imagination.
So 4 down, 10 left to go. We both predicted the wards that have gone so far the same.
No.
Okay.
You've won Cosham. I predicted Amanda would hang on to it.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, can I have the candidates for Nelson Ward, please, on the stage?
Okay, calling the candidates for Nelson to the stage now.
Now, this is one where we absolutely guaranteed a win for the Lib Dems. There was lots of early buoyancy and excitement that Pip might have come close. So let's listen up and see if Pip had won this one. Then it will be a massive
Right, so let's move on
surprise.
to the declaration results for Nelson Ward. I'm Natalie Brommer-Pilbing, the returning officer for this election, hereby give notice of the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates as follows. Richard James Adair, Liberal Democrat, 903.
So the Dems 903.
Nicholas John Doyle, commonly known as Nick Doyle, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 19.
Tusk with 19.
Gary Richard Files, Portsmouth Independents, putting Nelson residents first, 687 votes.
Pip 687.
Robin Stanley Head, Labour Party, 505 votes.
Labour 505.
Erin May Hunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 223 votes.
Conservative 223.
Duncan Stuart Robinson, the Green Party candidate, 99 votes.
Greens 99.
15 votes were rejected, with a total turnout of 23.94%. Therefore, I hereby declare that Richard James Adair is duly elected.
Right. It's been an extremely long night, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Firstly, a very, very big thank you to all the counting staff. You've been incredible. We couldn't be here without you, so well done. You've done very, very well. Another person I just have to thank is Leo Madden. I don't know if you know it. I can't go without saying thank you. Leo's been a councillor, an absolute stalwart in Nelson Ward for 27 years. That's probably longer than most of the people in this room have been alive. The other person I've got to thank, of course, is my husband. Yes, my husband, put that in the leaflet. And so, without Lee's, I have to put it, gentle art of persuasion, I would not be here now. And I also got to thank, of course, the good people of Nelson for putting so much faith into me. I won't let you down. And also, yesterday was my birthday. So thank you very much. So what a wonderful present. So being a gentleman of a certain age, I got a Tesco's cake, a bus pass, and a seat on the council. So I think a pretty good birthday.
So Richard Adair there. And am I right that Lee Hunt, his husband, is also a councillor in Nelson?
Yes. Please on stage.
So I think they're, a good showing by Pip, a strong second place. But it looks to me at the moment, Simon, like it's looking like a good night for the Lib Dems, really.
Okay, so
Yeah, it does indeed. No gains yet, but it's better not to lose seats.
I'm Natalie Brommer, Pilgrim Returning Officer for this election. You've noticed the number of votes recorded for each candidate for this election are as follows. James Campbell, Liberal Democrat, 72.
Lib Dem 72, this is Paulsgrove.
Thomas Christopher Hare, the Conservative Party candidate, 375.
Conservative 375.
Patrick Charles Keff, Labour Party, 358.
Labour 358.
David Madrick, Portsmouth Independents, putting Paulsgrove first, 1,561.
Wow.
Pip 1,561.
Ian McCulloch, the Green Party, 84 votes. And the total number of
Green
votes
Party
rejected
84.
were 10. The turnout for Paulsgrove was 24.3%.
Turnout 24.3%.
I declare that George David Madrick is duly elected.
Yeah, not as bad a turnout, I think, as Folk had predicted. Landslide for George, as we expected. I think it was our safest seat out of all 14. And
Okay, can I have the candidates for
Oh.
Eastleigh and Craneswater?
No acceptance speech from George. I guess the vote said plenty, and I'm just trying to do the sums in my mind. I think George is probably there on about 65-66% of the vote. So he might not have topped out that 68% that we've got as our record, but a landslide victory, I think. And now Eastleigh and Craneswater, which was the ward we were least decisive on. To recap, I had it as a Labour gain, and you had it as Lib Dem gain. Let's hear the results.
And Natalie Brommer Pearl, being returning officer at this election, do hereby give notice of the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates as follows. Edward Batterbury, Labour Party, 1,017 votes.
Labour 1,017.
Nicholas Lee Dorrington, Liberal Democrat, 1,156 votes.
Lib Dem 1,156.
Tamara Lenty Barbara O'Brien, the Green Party candidate, 214 votes.
Green 214.
Terence Christopher William Henderson, commonly known as Terry Henderson, the Conservative Party, 604 votes.
Conservative 604.
And Jack Smith, Portsmouth Independents, Eastleigh and Craneswater first, 725 votes.
Pip 725.
There are a total of 25 votes rejected and a turnout of 38%.
Well,
Therefore,
Eastleigh.
hereby declare that Nicholas Lee Dorrington is duly elected.
Right, Eastleigh and Craneswater, they're taking the first prize at the moment with a turnout of 38%. And 2-0 to you, Simon. I knew I never should have put my faith in the Labour Party.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'll try and keep this fairly short and sweet. as I'm sure. It's been a really long night, a long day yesterday, a long evening. I'm sure we're all very tired. I've done this speech about 3 or 4 times already. Done one in the shower earlier before I came in. That was a blinder. I've got to be honest, I had a standing ovation for that one. It took about. I'm only joking, I haven't really had a shower yet. Like I say, it's been really long. So I just want to thank everybody, everyone who supported me on the way through, everybody from Living Democratic, it's great possible. And one other thing that's been brought to my attention this evening is it's been 18 years since we've had 3 Liberal Democrat councillors in ENC. So, 3 years and landmark moment. From now on, there are 3 in ENC. Thank you, guys.
Candidates and election agents, please, for Copland Ward, followed by Fratton Ward, please, for provisional results to the right-hand side of the stage. Thank you.
So was that our 6th ward, if I'm keeping score correctly, Simon?
It is indeed, yeah.
And that is a Lib Dem gain.
Yes. So the first Lib Dem gain of the night. So we're nearly halfway through.
Yeah, and again, I think we expected a good night for Pip, and I think we both expected a better night for the Labour Party. Perhaps you weren't as bullish or confident as I was about the effect the national campaign was going to have locally. I think if you're stood where probably George and the Pips are the happiest at the moment, I think probably Steve and the Lib Dems are not far behind in terms of the happiness stakes.
It's literally just before that result. What was it I said? I said, a hold is at least better than a loss, but we haven't had any gains yet. And there we go.
You've got a gain. You've got a gain, and I think the one thing that is very clear, isn't it, is that which I think everyone predicted, it's a disaster for the Conservatives. If you look at ENC there, they had won the seat previously. It wasn't so long ago ENC was 2 or even 3 blue candidates, and they were beaten into 4th there by the Lib Dems, Labour and Pip. So it is the wretched night we predicted for the Conservatives. But as I say, the thing that seems to be different is that the Lib Dems are having a much better night of it than I would say Labour are at this moment.
Yeah, well, I think the key thing is seeing how subdued goes. I think that's a critical thing, and Fratton as well, because those are the ones where Labour possibly have the most chance of an unseating a Lib Dem.
Yeah, no, I think we both called St Jude as going to Labour. I think in terms of Fratton, I think I called a Labour victory. I think you called a Pip victory. And again, I'm happy to get these things wrong based on the way the results have been running this evening so far. It would not surprise me at this juncture to see the Lib Dems win both of them.
Well, only time will tell. The last vestiges of counting that we'd seen, there's some activity on one of the tables closest to the stage, but everywhere else is all packed away and done. I think everything is all over by the shouting now. It's just the acceptance and the declaration.
And nobody's come charging over to join us yet, but we remain optimistic that somebody will come and talk to us. Although there is every chance that because it is probably 2.5 hours later than most people expected, that we will just thunder through the results, and I think we'll all then be headed off home to bed.
Yes, just not the same one.
No. They say there's no party like a Lib Dem party, but even I draw the line at that one.
Well, it depends whether it's Glee night.
Lib Dem conference.
Glee night at
Yeah.
the Lib Dem conference. Good Lord. So you're keeping score? Is that 6 down, 8 to go?
The candidates
Yes.
for Copner Award to come on the stage, please.
And Copner Award is next. Again, this is one where we predicted an unfortunate outcome for the Lewis Gosling, the current Conservative councillor. It's one where PIP were very, very confident that they were going to get home in this ward. I don't think we're expecting any surprises. There was a conversation that took place that potentially Conservatives could be in third, so let's hear.
As follows. I asked Robert Pearl, being the returning officer for this election, hereby give notice of the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates as follows. Andrew Charles Butterworth, commonly known as Andy Butterworth, Labour Party, 640 votes.
Labour 640.
Lewis Mark David Gosling, the Conservative Party candidate, 740 votes.
Conservative 740.
James Howitt, Liberal Democrat, 190 votes.
Lib Dems 190.
Tim Sherman Chase, the Green Party candidate, 135 votes.
Green 135.
Lee Matthew Tyndall, Portsmouth Independents, putting Copner residents first, 1,111 votes.
1,111 for PIP.
And as predicted,
Ballots rejected,
very
8.
comfortable win.
Turnout for Copner Award was 29.1%. I therefore declare that Lee Matthew Tyndall is duly elected.
So Lee Tyndall elected for Copner.
Very quick. Thank you to everyone that's supported me in this and look forward to representing Copner residents. Thank you.
And that's the sort of speech we're looking for at this time of night. Brief and to the point.
Candidates for Fratton Ward, please, on stage.
Oh, and here's one.
Here we go.
Here we go. We've got a lot of interest in Fratton for currently held by the Lib Dems. I think Simon predicted a PIP win. I predicted a Labour win. It's 2-0 to Simon at the moment. We will. I think the best I can hope for is a 2-2 draw if I get the next two results right.
Okay, so let's announce results for Fratton Ward. I'm Ashley Pearl, the returning officer for this election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates for this election are as follows. Stuart William Brown, Liberal Democrat, 824 votes.
Lib Dems 824.
Samit Mehmet Churing Alves, the Green Party candidate, 111 votes.
Greens
Timothy
111.
Edwards, commonly known as Tim Edwards, the Conservative Party candidate, 208 votes.
Conservatives 208.
Steph Richards, Labour Party, 720.
Well,
Lib Dem hold.
a Lib Dem hold that neither of us predicted, Simon. This is turning into a great night for the Lib Dems, isn't it?
Thank you so much. I'll keep this very brief, particularly because I haven't actually prepared anything. I've got far too many personal thank yous to all the people who helped make this happen. So I will speak to each and every one of you in my own time when my brain is actually functioning. To the count staff who have made such an efficient operation here tonight, to everyone who is staffing the polling station today, thank you so much for making our democratic process here in Portsmouth actually happen. It's been fun. This is a bit strange as well because 3 years ago when I was first elected, we were in the height of the pandemic and those of us in that cohort weren't able to make speeches. So this is actually my first time, despite it being a re-election. To the people of Fratton, thank you for re-electing me. As you can see from the results, it was not unanimous. It was not a huge majority, although I have almost double the majority I got in with, which is nice. What I do pledge is that regardless of party or persuasion, I will work to have residents of Fratton whatever needs to come to. So,
Could I have candidates and election agents, please, for St Thomas, followed by Baffin's ward, please, for provisional results. Right-hand side of the stage, please.
Yeah, so 86 votes between the top three candidates in Fratton.
Yeah, very tight. I think we all expected it to be that way. I think, as which I've been proved hideously wrong on this one. I was expecting a significant bump for Labour because of the national position, which seems to have hurt the Tories as badly as it has. I think what we're seeing, Simon, is that the national position has really hurt the Conservatives. The national position doesn't seem to have given Labour the bump. I think we both expected a little bit more, and the local Lib Dem vote seems to have held up. Would that be a fair synopsis of what we're seeing so far?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there isn't a swing from one to the other, is there? There's just a swing from.
Yeah, no, and obviously Jacob, I remember last year, very pleased that he got sort of 400 odd votes. I think it was up to, was that nearly 700 this time?
729.
Yeah, so
against Stuart's 824.
Yeah, and fair play to Jacob. He works very hard as a local campaigner. We see him a lot on social media, which sometimes can give you a bit of a blurred view, but somebody who is passionate about Fratton and wants to do their best, and I'm sure we'll see him back in 2026. So yeah, so and I think that means that this point now, in terms of our prediction race, Simon, as we both got that one wrong, there were only 4 wards where we held a different view, and so I think you've won. Well, I drew last year, but I think you've won for another year. The only is it where have we got left where we had a difference of opinion? Or is that all of them?
That's all of the ones where we actually had a different opinion.
And was it 3-0 in the end? I don't think I got one of them right, did I?
What, 1 year?
No. Of this year, there were only 4 wards where we disagreed. I think Eastleigh and Craneswater, I said Labour, you said Lib Dem, so you got that one right. Cosham, I said Labour, you said Pip, and obviously you got that one right. In our last ward, I said Labour, you said Pip, and we were both wrong. And where was the old? No, we agreed on Drayton and Farlington.
So, Cosham.
No, we've done Cosham.
Yeah, so Cosham is Cosham, E and C are the only ones, unless my brain is completely lapsed.
Yeah.
Where we've disagreed, and one of us has been right and one of us has been wrong. Obviously, in Fratton, we were both wrong.
Yeah, yep. I'm sure there was a 4th, but I can't for the life of me now remember what it was.
Well, we'll find out soon enough.
I may have it on my phone.
Okay, can I have the candidates for St Thomas Ward on the stage, please?
So, candidates being called to stage for St Thomas.
No, you're right. There were only 3, and it was a 2-0 victory to you. And this means you could be on for 13 correct results. But I don't think you will be.
Okay, the results for St Thomas Ward.
Because I think St Jude's is going to, Lib Dem's going to win St Jude's, and we both predicted a Labour one. So let's have a look at St Thomas.
John Derek Burrows, commonly known as John Burrows, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 44 votes.
Tusk 44.
David Michael Chandler, Conservative Party candidate, 435 votes.
Conservative
Ian
435.
Holder, Liberal Democrat, 1,199 votes.
1,199 is that?
Elliot Lee,
Lib Dem.
Green Party candidate, 177 votes.
Green 177.
Julian Thomas Lewis, Labour Party, 783 votes.
Labour 783.
And Mark Zimmer, Reform UK, 209 votes. The total number of
Reform 209.
ballot papers were rejected, and the turnout for St Thomas Ward is 25.4%. I therefore hereby declare that Ian Holder is duly elected.
So Lib Dem hold.
A Lib Dem hold, which we both predicted. Let's hear what Ian's got to say. If he's got anything to say.
I'll make this quick. Firstly, thanks to all the council staff. Done a brilliant job tonight. This morning now. Secondly, my brilliant colleagues in the St Thomas team, Chris, Mark, Rob, and our delivery network, the wider Lib Dem team, and especially the residents of St Thomas for keeping faith with me. Thank you.
Yeah, short and sweet there from Ian, who we spoke to earlier.
Can I have the candidates for Baffins Ward on stage, please?
And Baffins, we predicted a comfortable Lib Dem hold, so we'll see what occurs here. I can't see it going any other way. There's no wobbles on this one, is there, Simon?
I can't see it.
Okay. Right. So the results for Baffins Ward. I, Natalie Bromwell, being the returning officer for this election, hereby give notice of the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates in this election are as follows. Mark Andrew Farwell, Labour Party, 503 votes. Rachel Rebecca Nolan, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 42 votes.
Tusk 42.
Darren Sanders, Liberal Democrat, 1,595
Lib Dem 1,000. Was it 590?
Stein, Portsmouth Independents putting Baffin's residents first, 310 votes.
Pip 310.
Robert Edmund Simmons, commonly known as Bob Simmons, the Green Party candidate, 173 votes.
Green 173.
Joseph Michael Standen, the Conservative Party candidate, 539 votes.
Conservative 539.
And there are a total of 15 ballots rejected and a turnout of 28.55%. I do hereby declare that Darren Sanders is duly elected.
Well, that was an absolute landslide, Simon.
Natalie, thank you very much indeed. We're quite good, aren't we? I'm delighted the comma has made a comeback. And I'm also delighted that the silent majority in our ward has backed the work that Leonie Kadir and I have been doing over the past few years and over the past few decades. It is a great part of the city, and it is truly, truly humbling to be elected for a fourth term to represent the great people of Baffins, North Milton and South Cotner, with a second comma. And I have to say, it is just a ringing endorsement. There are too many people to thank, but particularly the thanks of Cara and Mick, who called today, for which many, many thanks. The wider Lib Dem team, you know who you are, and so we can try and get off. I'll get off so that we can all try and get home before noon. Thank you very much.
Well, whilst we all thought that was a stone cold seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I have the candidates in the election agencies, please, for Central Southsea Ward, Drayton Farlington, and St Jude wards, please, for the provisional results.
So provisional results for 3 there. Now, I guess Simon, you know, interesting there for Pip that they were second last time. I mean, they were down in third this time. Joe Standen, who is, you know, agreed to, you know, said how he's going to continue to work for the Conservatives in Baffin, taking second place there, but nearly 1,000 votes, possibly even more than 1,000 votes short of Darren. I think we saw that as a safe win. I'm not sure I saw a 1,000 vote majority.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I raised.
You were
an
thinking
eye-
that I was going to be awake and would come back.
Yes, no, I was.
Um,
I was hoping you were still alive.
Yeah, sorry. I was busily trying to update stuff on spreadsheets
No
and
worries.
capture the result. But yes, a resounding win. 50% of the vote for Darren. To be honest, the result I don't think was in question for
No,
either of us.
no, it never was.
I think Darren. I think every time he gets worried that he's going to be losing. Probably most candidates do, but every time he seems to be delivering stonking results like this. So he's obviously doing something right by his residents in Baffins and the associated areas. I'm not going to list them off.
No, North Milton and South Cottenham or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing and I'm going to throw a little curveball out there just out of interest to keep, if folk are still following along, and thank you if you have stayed with us during the night. Central South Sea. It's late declaring. Is there a chance that Charlotte could lose it based on what we've seen? Labour, the only place Labour's had a really decent night would be in Charles Dickens against a very, very low turnout. Is there a chance?
Surely not.
I don't know whether this is just me being grumpy because my backing of Labour in the predictions has let me down so badly, but if there was an upset to come, I could see that one being it. Now I'm trying to think how many we've got left.
So we've got 3 left.
Only 3?
Yeah, Central, South Sea, DNF, and St Jude.
Good Lord. Time's flown by, hasn't it?
It has. Like Christmas presents opened on Christmas.
Exactly, yeah. So DNF was, again, thought that might be tight. Could the Conservatives get a crumb of comfort from this evening by hanging on to DNF? Are we going to see an upset in Central South Sea? And potentially, are we both going to be wrong about Hugh Mason losing St Jude?
Who knows?
I demand a recount was what people wanted to hear. Never.
I think I've.
You're musing and cogitating there, Simon.
Got got St Thomas, got Fratton, got Cotton.
I thought we had 4 left. I couldn't tell you.
Dickens, Milton. For some reason, I've got Charles Dickens twice. It was so important, I got it twice.
It would have increased their turnout to 30% if you added them all up.
Caution, Hilsey. So what have I missed out? Hilsey, Caution, Milton, Charles Dickens, Nelson, Poolsgrove, Eastern, Croneswater, Copner, Fratton, St Thomas, Baffins. Oh, I haven't got. What did I get Poolsgrove?
It is definitely 3 left then.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, I guess the key one, isn't it, is if we're both wrong about Hugh Mason losing St Jude, then that would actually leave. I think that would mean, with all the shakedown that comes, it would leave them on 19 seats unless there has been a massive upset in Central Southsea, which would put them on 20. So I think all of that scurrilous speculation, spreadsheetery about a potential PIP/Labour coalition, I can't see that one happening.
Home straight.
Really.
Not as big as the Southamptonshire before. Okay, so can I have a candidate for Central Southsea Ward, please?
And it's time for Central
On
Southsea.
stage. Okay, right, let's get the declarations for Central Southsea Ward. Okay, so I, Natalie Grommer Pearl, being the returning officer for this election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates at this election are as follows. Charlotte Rachel Garada, Labour Party, 1,780 votes.
Labour 1,780 votes.
Which I think means we're not going to see an
Alison
upset.
Jane Hall, commonly known as Alison Hall, the Conservative Party candidate, 237 votes.
Conservatives 237.
Dylan Alexander Jarman, the Green Party candidate, 208 votes.
Green 208.
Stefan Totalici, commonly known as Felix Totalici, Liberal Democrat, 1,298 votes.
1,298 for the Dems.
Paris James Wilson, Portsmouth Independents, Central Southsea Residents First, 130 votes. The total
130
number
for
of
PIP.
27 ballots were rejected, and the turnout for Central Southsea Ward was 29.9%. Therefore, I hereby do declare that Charlotte Rachel Garada is duly elected.
So quite a comfortable win in the end for Charlotte. Looks like her vote held up, which is probably good news for Labour.
It's been an absolute privilege to have the opportunity it's been an absolute privilege to have the opportunity to serve again in Central Southsea for another term, and I've enjoyed every minute of campaigning. As some of you might know, I'm a new mum and I've got a baby daughter, Ariana, who I brought with me on the campaign trail. Tonight was actually meant to be my night off. I think I got the short straw because I haven't had any sleep. She at least gives me a few hours sleep. And just with campaigning with her, it's only really compounded my respect for working mums everywhere. So I would like to start by thanking in particular the Southsea mums that have been out campaigning for me, literally with their babies strapped to their backs, going out leafleting. Thank you so much for all of your help. I really want to also say thank you to my ward colleague George, who's been my absolute rock always. Thank you so much. My husband Aaron for his constant support, my election agent Rob for being so brilliant, and my mum who has unconditionally supported me. She's basically moved in to our house and helped every single day so that I could get out and campaign. So thank you so much, Mum. She's asleep at the moment, but she'll hear this when she wakes up. I just want to say congratulations to my fellow candidates and a huge thanks to all the staff for working so hard tonight. And obviously, lastly, but definitely not least, my amazing campaign team. Thank you so much for all of your support. I just wanted to share one sort of final anecdote from today that really resonated with me. A lady came up to me and she said, "I voted for you because you're a mum like me." And it was really important for me to stand and serve our community, both as a woman and also as a mum, because diversity in our council is so important, and I am totally committed to championing diversity. Thank you, everyone.
So a comfortable win for Charlotte. Any thoughts there of an upset? I probably was being scurrilous in my nature. It is late. I'm
Yeah, it's
trying to
500 votes between them. It's
Yeah, no, it's a
Okay,
pretty
can I have the
comfortable win.
candidates for Drayton and Farlington Ward on the stage,
So
please?
DNF now. This is probably, I guess this is the tipping point for our friends in PIP as to whether they've had a good night or a great night, and it's the tipping point for our Conservative chums as to whether they've had a dreadful night or an apocalyptic night.
Yeah, indeed. We've got some. We have a listener that's actually still awake. So thanks, Craig, for the comment. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think either of us were thinking that was going any other way. It just seemed that the way the night was progressing, we began to second guess it. I think.
Yeah,
So
and it's mainly
let's
down
hear
to me.
Drayton and Farlington.
So the results for Drayton and Farlington Ward. I, Natalie Bobber-Pilgrim, returning officer for this election, hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each of the candidates are as follows. Ian Martin Ayres, Labour Party, 695 votes.
Labour 695.
Paul Andrew Bleach, commonly known as Paul Bleachy, the Green Party candidate, 130 votes.
Green 130.
Spencer Roy Gardner, the Conservative Party candidate, with 1,389 votes.
1,389 for Conservatives.
Benjamin Simon Ported, Portsmouth Independents, Drayton and Farlington First, 1,267.
Wow, the Conservatives have won one.
260.
Claire Udy, Liberal Democrat, 193 votes.
193 for Lib Dems.
The total number of ballots rejected were 14, and the turnout for Drayton and Farlington Ward was 35.22%. I therefore hereby declare that Spencer Roy Gardner is elected.
Well, there we go.
Well, and that was one I changed 2 or 3 times on my spreadsheet, and I should have stayed with. I've backed PIP, I've backed Labour. It's been a shocker for
First
me.
and foremost, thank you very much to all of the staff that make the elections work. Returning officer, deputy returning officer, poll station staff, and all of those helping into the early hours this morning with the count. Special thank you to my fellow candidates, the ones that are left standing, for a hard-fought and well-tuned contest. Particular thanks to my wonderful wife, who is 7 months pregnant, and has been doing the lion's share of our 18-month-old daughter as well. She's been working much harder than me. Too many of my Conservative colleagues to thank for their help and assistance, not just during this campaign, but in the number of years I've been involved with the party. But particular thanks to Councillor Simon Bosher, and this is perhaps just as much an endorsement of your time serving Drayton and Farlington as it is mine. I will work to the best of my ability to serve and look after the residents of Drayton and Farlington. Thank you.
Well, a little bit of a shock there, to be honest, Simon, wasn't it? I mean, I think, you know, in terms of PIP, again, going from a standing start to overtake the Conservative lead, it was quite a stretch goal. But I think it had gone so badly for the Conservatives. I think we were struggling to make a case for any sort of win there, weren't we?
Yeah, it just looked like the theme of the night would be that, and indeed, we were reading the runes and seeing that as basically the Conservatives not actually winning even one ward this year.
Yeah.
So
I know some of you in the room will be back in 3.5 hours.
So here we are, last but not least, St Jude.
Yeah, and again we predicted a Labour win here, and we'll see what happens.
So I'm Natalie Bobber-Pilgrim, returning officer for this election. Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Joshua Anthony Allen, the Labour Party, 1,221 votes.
1,221 for Labour.
John Malcolm Hill, Portsmouth Independent Party, 176 votes.
176 for PIP.
Leonard William Kewell, commonly known as Lee Kewell, the Conservative Party candidate, 282 votes.
Conservative 282.
Harry Bernard Mallender, the Green Party candidate, 184 votes.
Green 184.
Hugh Lawrence Mason, Liberal Democrat, 1,266 votes.
1,266 for the Liberal Democrats.
He's won it by 40 votes, isn't he? Roughly.
Yeah.
Well, we got that one wrong.
The total number of ballots rejected were 14, and the turnout for St Jude's Ward was 33.73%. I hereby declare that 2 Lords Mason is duly elected.
So we got it wrong.
We got it wrong, and great
4
result
quick
for you.
things.
4.
I thank the people of St Jude Ward for giving me the honour, and it is an honour, to serve them as their councillor. Secondly, I would like to thank the Liberal Democrat crew who have backed me up, supported me, and carried me. Thirdly, I'd like to thank the staff, those here and those who have already left. They are the cogs which make democracy work, and I think we underestimate them at our peril. Fourthly, I think that as a council, we can work together to make this city yet greater still. Let's do it. Thank you.
And a very rousing speech there from Hugh Mason.
Yeah, very rousing and an emotional, heartfelt speech.
That is the end of the results, and I think
we tried to do it as quickly as we could. As I said at the beginning, we were at the mercy of Southampton with the police crime commission
No,
results.
and-
But we will be back in here at 10:30 tomorrow.
and I don't think we will be back here.
No,
Indeed.
we won't.
We won't be. So I think in summary, I think it's been a great night for PIP. Again, I think they're the big winners. I think the Lib Democrats who've gone from 18 to 19 seats, I think that's a great result for them. I think an okay night for Labour, very similar to last year, and the Conservatives, I think, every expected to be awful. I think if you had offered them 1 seat before the council started, I think they would have taken that, Simon.
Yeah, I think so. It's been a real roller coaster of a night that's been kind of dragged out over a period of time. But I think it's been a tough one. But that before someone shouts at me with my spreadsheet, that I make that brings it to 19 Lib Dems.
Yes.
4 Conservatives.
Yes.
7 Labour. 1 Labour aligned independent.
Yep.
1 PCI. 10 PIP.
So PIP now the second largest party in the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like, unless there is a coalition of chaos, it looks like the Lib Dems will be back governing the city when next week. So I think, although I think the majority of folk have gone home, and so should we.
Yes.
So you've been listening to the Pompey Politics podcast. Throughout the night and into the morning, I've been Ian Tiny Morris.
And I've been a very tired Simon Sainsbury. Don't forget to like, follow and comment on Facebook, or comment and subscribe on YouTube. Find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, X, YouTube, Threads, LinkedIn.